Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. How's it going? Hey, 21 Snakes, what's up? Welcome back to the stream. Happy Saturday. Hope everyone is doing well and having a great weekend so far. My weekend's gone very productive. I was tired and then I took a nap and I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm super ready for this. Hi, hello. Hope all is well. We did start a little bit later. Okay. I was like, I'm gonna try to start around 5-ish, and then like I kept having like tech issues with like programs are like, oh yeah, I need to update. So I'm like, okay, well I'd like my OBS and everything to, you know, be working all fine and dandy. So go ahead and update. And then my camera software was also like, yo, I would like to update too. And I'm like, okay, fine, go ahead and update. And then after that one updated, it was like, I don't want to talk to OBS anymore. And I'm like, I'm kidding me. Anyway, so fixed it. We're good now. Hello. Hopefully this doesn't crash. We've been having issues all week with the camera crashing, and also now there is a cat here. I know, child. Hold up. Let me make room on the mat, and then we'll turn on the cat cam just for you because you are a funny cat. There you go. There's Momo. There you go. Enjoy that cat. Anyway, hope everyone's doing well. Welcome back to the stream. I'm ready for some more Ace Attorney action. I hope you all are too. We're doing something in space. What? I don't know. They didn't actually make it to space, but we got astronauts. We're at a space center. Like this universe's version of NASA. And for some reason it seems like Athena has something to do with this place, but she's not telling us anything. So I'm like, somebody's got a mysterious background story that we're gonna certainly dig into. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's trial day. We went around, investigated, we gotta prove this astronaut innocent. He was like a mentor to... I know, Momo. I know, life's so hard. He was a mentor to... Don't knock that over. To... Gosh, Apollo and his friend, and I'm like getting really distracted by this cat like possibly knocking over my tea. With his swishy tail. Swishy boy. Alright. Anyway, it's trial time. Let's check this out. Let's see how we going. Let's see what's going on here. December 20th, 10:15 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 5. I hope you all are staying cool, by the way. It's really hot over here. I'm just grateful that there was at least a breeze today. Court is now in session. All rise. Where's the judge? I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something. Everyone's I remember now in the first day of the trial where we started off the game. Everybody's acting really weird for some reason and we don't know why. What are y'all up? What the hell is wrong with everybody?
Objection!
Thanks, Phoenix. Thank you. Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. Then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. Okay, I can see how that would be concerning and possibly at least a little traumatizing. So I understand. But we still got a trial to do here, my dude. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? Hmm? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. Yo. Fair. Fair. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial... Posture check and hydrate already? Darjeelinkling, what are you doing? Darjeelinkling, you should definitely donate 100 bits and and type in "we" with 3 E's and see what happens. Out of context for anybody else. No, you have to do 3 E's! There has to be 3! It doesn't do it. Wait, how come the thing didn't work? Did he say it? I didn't hear anything. Why isn't it working? Oh, okay. It's just really quiet. Anyway. We have some debate over which... Hey! I heard it! It was just really quiet. We gotta fix that. We're having a debate on which text-to-speech voice is better. And I like Matthew, because when you do "we" with 3 E's, Matthew is the only one that is joyful. And like, wee! How dare you? Get your riots out of here. This is a courthouse. Anyway. Did you say Pato the Kato? Let me see. Yeah, you did. Alright, we're petting the Kato. There we go. I know, Momo. I know. People paid for this. We gotta take a quick second and give you many, many pats the way that you've been asking me. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear Momo? Very excitedly meowing at us. Oh, I know, you love belly rubs, which is weird because you're a cat. Alright. Let's continue. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. I didn't want coffee before, but now that we're talking about Starbucks, I do. There were explosions on the 2nd floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The 2 astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And... Sorry, it's off. And... There we go. There we go. That's Blackwell. How could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Did you just... I'm being yelled at by a cat. Live on the internet. I know, Momo. I know. Alright, let me see if I can do this left-handed. Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Stoner's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first 2 people on the scene are suspect. There are 2 people who claim to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The 2 people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim. To make such a reckless claim in the courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already, old man? Objection! Rude. We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person? Who could have thought? Sorry, 1 second. Momo's like doing something. What are you? No, don't touch that. We got some cat interference. Move this over here. But what are you doing? Lord. I know, what? Yes. Can I help you? Okay. I'm gonna pretend you're good. Alright. Sorry, cat. I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura's Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. Alright, bye, Momo. Alright. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Inspector Cosmos, huh? Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Ooh. Let me adjust something real fast. There we go. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Crap, what were we doing for him? Ah, Lord. Of course you have! Of course you have, for I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the HAT-1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Damn, Blackwell knows how to play this dude. Like a fiddle. Ha ha ha! I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. The That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. Look, sometimes you gotta play a fool. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. What I saw at the scene. We know this thing's gonna be full of holes, right? I'm just gonna, like, poke it. Alright, this guy's full of shit, so... Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So in your testimony you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. How the horror! The humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said! Oh, this is gonna be a time. Alrighty. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs! Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although... it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yep. Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Here we go. Press everything. That's the way we play. Where are you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. How did you hear about them? On my galactic scooter here, of course! Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course! It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. Those things ain't real, buddy. That's not a real thing. I see. Then I take it works in 0G too? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. Oof. And when you got there, what did you see? Good one, Judge. I went to the control room. The peek, what was going on. Let's see, according to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge 1. Looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead me toward the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. I see. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and... saw a figure standing in the lounge. So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing? Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person, standing motionless. More smug, more smug. defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? There we go. I'm so close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's a third party. I don't relish in this, and... I can only imagine that it was Starbuck. Starbucks. Or Blackquill also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. But she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder. Objection. When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd. Objection. The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness. Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off of the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. What escape route could this person have used? I mean, clearly to the core to the south. The direction opposite to the control room. The southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way. Objection. All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there's a kingdom of our little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done. Oh. That's a Sailor Moon reference. But I say, where's your proof this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right, I don't have any proof yet. Still... The southern door was a possible escape route. I'd better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes? Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Ha ha ha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then... she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's action sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots out of the figure.
Hold it!
And neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit. That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time this info has come out. Wonder if I can find any inconsistencies. See what's going on inside. Figure staying in the middle of the floor, Taryn. She fired 2 warning shots. Alright, what do we got? What do we got on us? It's only 1 bullet. Propelled a lighter with an earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. A single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge. The bullet itself is missing. I mean, this talks about being a single bullet, so, you know. I guess we can give that a try. Alright. Let's try it out. Ready? Objection! Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? He's rubbing that thing pretty hard. Somehow I don't think those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. And yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into any history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. They confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene! Look, I mean, the bullet probably landed in something else or hit something that doesn't cause a hole. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! You should know the answer to that already. Shouldn't we? I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? Oxygen tank data updated in the court record. The victim's oxygen tank was struck by a bullet. I mean, I thought that was pretty obvious by the fact that there was a bullet hole and then a shard of the tank in the thing above us on the ceiling, so I thought that was kinda obvious. That's just one Phoenix. The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Bullet from Arm's gun added to the court record. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from? One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. Ah, my beautiful contradiction. Gone. Oh, gone. So that bullet hole was fired from a .38 caliber, huh? I'd better update the record. Bullet hole updated in the court record. The only bullet hole found in the boarding lounge was made by a bullet fired from a .38 caliber gun. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots of Detective... fuck. Let me start that over. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No. Probably not. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from my .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh. Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene? Is it our mystery extra bullet? Found one in the gutter, which is kind of weird. Oh, from a .1 caliber handgun. Yep, that's definitely not common. So, who had the .1 gun, huh? Take that! What is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? Yeah, about that. In a floor gutter at the crime scene. Looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .1 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire .1 caliber bullets. Ugh. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, Detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Lord. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? Why the fuck didn't you just say that? Oh my god. Why can't you people ever just tell the truth? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Ha ha ha! Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So, Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along? Why? Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you're just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony. Honesty is the best policy. What I really saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. I need a water up for this dude. Hydrate or dihydrate. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. That doesn't make any sense if the bullet was found in the south. Something seems weird.
Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean that the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant?
You guys didn't find a gun on him. So, like, how? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock. That doesn't make sense because we found the bullet right there.
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Let's handle one, and it is you who was cut down.
Huh?
Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the .1 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
Wouldn't we have, like, found it in the trash then? We can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with a weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence.
What evidence?
Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit.
Ah, I did forget about all that.
Look, your boldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they are lacking the evidence to rival mine.
Wow, he sliced our third person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. Does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize it, your boldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Why are you dicking around with the judge, Blackwell? That's just rude.
Eek!
Objection!
Poor judge. Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
Blackwell, please. Hey, Dr. Lupin, what's up? Your boldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again.
He was already spooked about the damn bombing, and now you're pulling his leg about this guy. Oh my god.
Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting of a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life.
I mean, it did hit it. Yes, I see that.
What?
That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra Gaxa star. Yeah. Yeah. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great, It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Who got it, buddy? What he really saw at the scene. Alright, they rushed to the control room together. We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information?
Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you all about Hat 1 Miracle!
Bro. Oh, shit. Well, actually, no. Since I clicked it by accident, yeah, let's save! Just in case it crashes. I don't need that kind of info. We already know all about that, too! Tell us about something related to this incident.
I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringings of this great man.
Bro, you've already told us all about that as well. What we need now is your testimony. That will put everyone to sleep? Yeah, true.
Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so.
Look. Pretend I read whatever book that's supposedly published in.
Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door and...
I saw a figure standing in the middle of the room. We saw a dude. It's so dark you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right?
Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Hat 1 launch 7 years ago... If it's about that Hat 1 miracle again, you can sort off and tell it to a stray mutt. Ha! Excellent idea! No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness!
Bro.
And so they shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next?
Black was just like, I can't even deal with this dude either. They're in the control room to the east. So in other words... You were fired at while you were at the control room door.
That is correct.
There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes! It was a miracle! A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet that fired... The bullet that figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor.
In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a .1 caliber gun. But the bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. And he's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself. So if he's a great man, then I'm the king of all cosmos. What? Alright. He was in the control room to the east. Alright, but let's talk about this. Katamari Damas? What? Huh? What? We found this bullet in the south wall. So what the fuck, man? Ready? Objection! Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie. Phoenix has also survived a lot of shit. Yep, that's very true.
A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? Bro. My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door. And the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction, to the east. Yes? Yes? However, we found the .1 caliber bullet here, to the south. Oh! Yeah, oh, what? The direct trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Gah! Did you see his face when he was spinning? That was pretty funny. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection.
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his medal? Of this, there's no mistake.
Objection.
Okay, yeah, but it shouldn't have ricocheted that far, I don't think. In that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes! Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south, is that not right? Why the fuck would you say we're in the control room, though? Ah! What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does anyone pick up my hair? Rude. Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Blackwell is indeed pretty sharp. I don't like it, but he is. Hold on, lighting switch. There we go. Ah, that makes some sense actually. Except for the part where, like, why would you say that you're coming out of the control room? That's weird. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time. Yikes! His handcuffs! You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Bro! Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You're correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. Why did you say the control room, though? That's weird. That's a really weird thing to lie about. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimonies given so far. Fuck! And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? Because there's nowhere for him to run. The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. Why? In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Third
person just disappeared. Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks.
Order! Order in the court! Dr. Cosmos, why did you tell us such an outrageous lie? You are covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the Eastern Control Room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape room for a third person.
What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? It's so weird.
Looks like we've come to a conclusion. The defense's argument, possibility of a third person, has crumbled.
No!
It's over.
Yikes. Judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. The third person had no way of escaping the scene. Then what if one of the people at the scene was the third person? Wait! What if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person.
The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh? So it better be good, Mr. Wright.
There is one, and only one person, who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Are we?
Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Interesting. Who is the one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
We're really about to accuse the director himself. Alright. Fine. Here we go!
Take that!
Take that, Director Yuri Cosmos!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Crazy shit, I know. We do this all the time, though. It's fine. Just trust me. Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all.
But that means...
Oops, sorry. Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos. Grah!
What?
What? I don't know what to tell you.
Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail.
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm, and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that, and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
Ah! I've been hit! I've been hit on the starboard side!
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir! Magnificent shot!
Warning shots fired from the enemy ship! Prepare to intercept! Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit! I've been hit on the port side! The enemy has called in reinforcements!
Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. Oh shit, you know what? I think I forgot to update my tags. So sorry. We are not doing Kaizo, Ironmon, or challenge runs. I just thought about that. Okay, anyway. My bad. My bad.
But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence!
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar.
Ugh.
Director Cosmos is the 3rd person orb Blackwolf saw. This 3rd person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Ah, looks like you deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us.
Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the .1 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. And therefore, the evidence on the director's body is a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you receive from the 3rd party will be all the proof we need. To prove that you were the one in there when they're in the lounge.
Ugh. Brace for further impact!
Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove you were the one in the lounge. Is it his badge and then the bullet? Alright. The .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the 3rd person we've been looking for.
Gah! The bridge is destroyed! Losing altitude! All hands abandon ship! That's true. Then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank?
It was the .1 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director?
No! I've got it all wrong! What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet! Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth.
If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth.
Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Gah! But the cosmos revolves around me!
This dude's a little hard. A little harsh.
Ah! Someone get me off this thing!
Look at him go. That's just funny. So lovely to watch.
Order! Order in the court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the medal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Ahm's firearm. Ah! Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding.
Is he gonna start piling on more lies? Looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them, one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. To be continued. That was a pretty fast trial. Odd. Normally takes way longer. What? Alright. Oh, two-parter. That's why.
Dr. Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
So, the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly, or very quickly?
Ah!
The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Then went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge 1 again.
Interesting.
I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great unit Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Holding.
Why'd you just fucking say that to begin with? Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few moments ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackquill saw was you.
No, wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for the third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So the Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
Ha! I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that you saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified.
So, you're claiming that Miss Blackquill saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. And that you arrived at the lounge after that?
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackquill saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. And again, maybe we don't need to yet. What are we thinking, Phoenix? I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
What I really witnessed.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I had to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, it had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door and launchpad, well, the launchpad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared?
Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Fortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right, what a mess this is turning into. How many guns were fired in this place? So let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a .1 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge? When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his metal, looks like one of them almost took him out, too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit it. I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. Rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. What I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who'd vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know. How a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great?
Don't be rude. Sorry, pouring more tea. There we go.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand.
Well, that might be the first true statement he's said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. He was spotted by the director in aura, quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit.
I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, Wright Dono.
I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Oh, that'll help. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do therapy. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Loading up widget. What's the unexpected emotion? As I tried to enter the lounge... Shoo, killer. Inside, fired a gun at me. Yeah, you could be scared about that, and surprised, and also angry that you got fired at, yeah? You hid to avoid getting shot. When he tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. Why did the surprise go away? He was near the elevator side door. And well, the launchpad 1 door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. He's sad about that. Why was this not surprising? That's where I'm going to start with first. You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did! That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet at that time you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. Weird. I'm glad I got one. Good job, me.
What? What are you?
I'm on to you. I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No! Of course not! That's preposterous! Only I can enter the control room! And the area beyond the launchpad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there. There was nowhere for the killer to run to.
Maybe or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it, as you recall, right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back into the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Got shot at. He's near the elevator side door. What are we sad about here? What are we sad about for this door? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door.
The great Hurdy Cosmos! Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
I most certainly not.
Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Well, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... yes, just what I wanted to see. Noise level going down. Presto changeo! Let's Discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launchpad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launchpad 1 door. It was probably still open. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here? Take that! The culprit went through the launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes. I mean, no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid!
A master tactician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
Nah. Grr. But that door requires a fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock. Do you?
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gone past the security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Starbucks.
That's...
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gone past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen.
Ah!
Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. No, something just occurred to me. Yes, I thought of something too. There's no smoke behind these guys, though. Hi, Chirico. I don't know what you want from me right now.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? Oh, yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
The true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor. And that might be recorded on the security footage as well.
Yeah, we tried, but the camera feed got cut.
And the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
A+ job, Judge. But can't do it. We obviously tried to look.
I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, we played the security footage beyond this point. Oh my! The footage cuts off!
No shit, Sherlock.
The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There's no footage after this, be it of the criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea, too.
I mean, yeah, in theory it would have been, but...
Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa baldness.
Don't be rude!
Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild?
Yeah, that's also weird. Creepy. I think his grandchild just learned a little something about the harshness of the adult world. True. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge?
Gah! If I must.
Alright, here to avoid getting shot.
After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. Well, that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then, Detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right?
he stop being afraid of it? The fuck is going on here? Nah, that doesn't sound like it. Nope, that's not it. Must be an unexpected emotion somewhere. Alright, yeah, he didn't do that here either. Oh wait, this is the first one. He's surprised and afraid and angry that he got shot at. And oh my gosh, she appeared. He was scared. Huh. What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional responses, Athena? Actually, my cat is really sick, you know? What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. And on top of that, my dog just doesn't seem to want to play with me. As I try to turn on an extra fan because it's getting really warm. There we go. Why are you telling me all this now? Yeah, Athena, please. Just humor me, okay? Then when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder? Story about your cat, of course. It's only natural. Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. But there's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be key. Sounds unnaturally complicated, but that somehow doesn't surprise me. Why were you surprised the killer vanished? Nope, not right. Okay. I mean, I'm curious about that, but alright. Alright, how things change. He was surprised that Detective Arm appeared. Then she shot at him. Nope. Maybe the angry one. I was thinking the angry one first, but... Nope, not that one. Okay. I'm like, this all kind of makes sense. Alright, so how the emotions are changing. We already tried frightened here, though. Nope. They could only have escaped through the launch pad. No. Maybe it's not the statement. These things are hard. Alright, he obviously hit- I mean, that's fine. No? Okay. Went to the lounge, yes. And that's when Detective Arm appeared behind him. I mean, I would think this is normal for him to be surprised. Oh, okay. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Oh, because she... I mean, obviously a little bit of surprise when she shows up is fine, but he should have been more surprised about when she fired at him. Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you're surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. Which, you know, yes, that's logical. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos? What is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when she showed up instead of when she shot at you. Sure, you're surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Gah! The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon! Commence operation! Hide under your desk! Ah! Bro! Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Bro, what are you doing? Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. Thank you for the poggers. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after? Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is the footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. It's that thing. Okay, well, let's see where this goes. Hey, look at that! There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos! What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All I have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous! If you really do have an answer, then you'd have pointed it out already! He's asking for it, and this is what changed directly after the incident. That. The answer is this knob. Ah! That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Ah! After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine, I admit it. Alright, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launchpad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launchpad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. So he was trying to disconnect the launch pad. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first.
I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh! So if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the Launchpad to the launch site? I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then where did the killer escape to? I guess there's still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the Launchpad in more detail.
Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony!
Bro.
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through launch pad 1. That area was a sea of smoke. Confound it! Where on earth could they have gone?
There's a lot to take in here. Director seems driven into a corner now. I can tell that he's having a hard time hiding his true feelings. Just one final push then. His attempts to conceal the truth shouldn't be all that hard for us to break through. If we keep at it calmly, I'm sure we'll cross the finish line. Why are we happy about this? I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet when you did it, you felt some joy as if you were very pleased with yourself.
Ah! How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Explain. Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts that we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
Ah! How do you know about that, too?
Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing.
But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda? And even if I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there!
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
Got put in your place by Blackwell. You,
A man of integrity. Don't make me laugh.
Prosecutor Blackwell? Came over him all of a sudden.
You spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider great as bare-faced liar in honor. Liar!
His words bite harder than his blade.
You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you.
You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend.
And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. Police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
What the fuck is wrong with my fan that it just doesn't work anymore? It's super weird. Alright.
Liar! But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah! You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Ah! Oof.
Talk about hitting below the belt.
Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after you came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Ah! He got his hair!
You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck.
Is what I said really that off base? Pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our astral wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on the filmless film. Oh, right. So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Ah!
Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus! We know the launch pad must have been moved,
but our deductions and the actual facts on the case are in direct contradiction to each other.
Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with the body doubles after the incident or something.
I doubt that.
On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me.
Never actually boarded the rocket? Hey, wait a minute. Maybe it's just maybe.
Huh?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if, when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. You know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was... Was he trying to trap the killer? Or to switch it with something? To hide it, not to hide it. Time to save.
Was he trying to trap the killer? Because he wanted to trap the true killer.
Right, don't know. Need to remind you there was an explosion, and that the corridor between the launch pad and the lounge was thick with smoke. If the killer had been trapped in there, they would have been found as dead as their victim.
I guess. I guess you're right.
Well, I'm glad you both agree. Now, here's a penalty for you, Mr. Wright. Fuck.
I don't agree with that penalty, though. Your Honor, please give me another chance. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was... I mean, I don't think it was to hide it, so it's gotta be to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the Launchpad with?
I mean, I guess it would be the other one. Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1. It would have had to have been this, which was previously Launchpad 2.
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum.
In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning, the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum.
What? Balderdash!
And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident.
I see, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places.
That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from Boarding Lounge 2. And set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 2... Uh-oh. What was our Ponko one? I think we had Ponko as drone? Or was it robot? I think it was drone. Alright, let's try this.
Welcome! Welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Ah! After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into Boarding Lounge 1 and waited there, concealed. In order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck and the director all saw Switch's figure, who, we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Why don't people just tell the truth and be like, look, I think the dude was in the Space Museum. Sorry, I may have fucked up. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Ah! Right, Dono. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swords Master Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor. Not wrong.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. dude's killing me. Ah, that's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads! Somebody needs a better anger management counselor.
If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were... That's a 2! This is definitely not a 1, that's a fucking 2! Things we just realized now. Great, thanks. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corner beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. And that's a 1 right there on the floor. Uh-huh, yep, okay. Let's see, this is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. See anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor! Oh my god, we're fucking big dumb idiots! Should have realized this sooner! Ah! Well, what do you know? Looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff. Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Yeah, it's literally right there. Right in this footage! Proof that beyond this door is the corridor of the Space Museum. Very well then, answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? Yeah, it's the number. Look at that, it's a number behind them. Oh my god, I feel so stupid. There's a 1 on the floor in the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? Doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Gah! Ugh! And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. Yeah, that checks out, because like what smoke? That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the mid-level. Just incredible! 2 launch pads were actually switched! But you'd think someone would have noticed on an event of this magnitude. Yeah, everyone's down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Gah! Gah! Hello, Space Museum. Shoutouts to space! No, hold on, I want to widget that. Thanks, widget. Thank you. No more Excuse me. Hold on. Alright. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. Gah! My honor! My glory! Everything is slipping away! Time to deploy my ultimate weapon! Galactic engine! Ignition! What? It's gone haywire! Ah! It won't stop! Ah! My stars! My glory! Ah! 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 I'm sorry. He's breaking down. Oh my god, he cracks in the doors! No! No, not that way! Oh god, that hurts though. That's fun. Yeah, he broke down. Bailiff? On your steed, and after that, witness! Well, that was a thing. So we still don't know who done it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Some of those stars had little eyes like in Mario. Aw, that's cute.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication that somebody slipped him. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied.
Why were your hands tied about this?
I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
So you knew about it? I mean, there was a bomb threat, but... The director is terrified. He must have had one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars?
I suppose.
Not my badge of rank. Nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars.
Okay, buddy.
It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? In the very beginning, you never meant for the launch pad to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. Can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Aww. Look at Ponko. And Blackwell's sister. Apparently.
Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy.
In the dream. Still alive.
Silence.
What? What do you want? Blackquill?
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. Won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person on the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I've yet to see proof that this third person's escape be at the Space Museum.
Oh, that's a good point. He's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you'll spill everything you know. What? Me? Ah! Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. Ah! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die in space! Right, I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Ah! Thanks, Fulbright. Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Thanks, Fulbright. Ah, that annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than... Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell ya, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit too touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. He did. Pulling a gumshoe. Being a bro. I like it. Thanks, you two. Feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off of my chest. I'm gonna work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. So, what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. Oh, that is a lighter. That's a lighter. I believe that is the one that, Aura Blackwell. So, oh wait, Aura Blackwell is the other one. Oh, Aura Blackwell is the crazy scientist. What's this? A lighter? Yeah, she's the yeah. Who's the other lady? Still got one mystery lady. We don't know who the hell that is. That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim, Clay Terran's blood, along with its killer's fingerprints on it. Whoa. What? Gah! Good job, Fulbright. Damn, nice. Order! Detective Fulbright, I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed! Good job, Fulbright. Holy shit! Found the lighter. The lighter found on the floor of the Space Museum. Ooh, was in the Space Museum. Yep, yeah, because he skipped that way. Okay, got it. The true culprit's fingerprints are on it in the victim's blood. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor, because it was found in the Space Museum, so you know. How did it get there? Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred.
And finally, the killer left through the boarding lounge too, and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. And therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
Ha, but the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he have not dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection.
Nope. You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Ugh. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck was not the culprit. Gah! This does indeed appear to be a decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. It's so weird to just, like, very suddenly get decisive evidence that works in our favor so quickly like this. This is weird. No, weird feeling. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Statute of limitations things?
Fool, Wright. You promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Do tell!
Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say that the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck,
Not guilty! Yay, but still a lot of questions! Woo! Woo! Half woo! Yay! Not guilty. Good. Questions. Many. Who's the killer? We didn't find anybody. We've never not found the killer, so I'm confused. What's going on? Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow. Somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright.
Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. Please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best.
Ooh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Yeah, me too.
That's gonna have to wait.
Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Bam. Nice. But we've never not solved a... We've never not solved the case, so of course it's still going. Alright. It's too late to object, isn't it? Game crashed. Fuck! When's the last time we saved? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. We gotta do all this. Alright. This is actually the worst. I know! It was right before we were about to save, right? It had to be a B. Oh lord. Gosh. We should have saved sooner. Well, anyway, we got some time to kill while we catch up to where we crashed. So, you know, how's everybody doing? How's everyone's weekend going? While we watch people have a breakdown again and, you know, all that good stuff. We can also pull up this sleeping cat, and you guys can enjoy this sleeping cat while we speed through all the stuff that just happened because it crashed. Thanks, I hate it.
Silence.
Yes, enjoy the cat. Look at him, he's so cute, just sleeping there. A good boy. Oh, we're gonna do the number on the floor thing again. Clearly, this is Launchpad 2. He's a very cute cat. I wish you guys could see his upside down head, but he tucked it underneath where the camera can't reach. It's really cute though. He's just chilling there. Yay, we solved it. We solved the truth. And there goes Widget. Alright, I'm gonna let him break down and then we're gonna save again. Oh, we get to see the stars come off again though. That part was fun. Oh, look at them go! Whee! Whee! Oh, some of them did have faces. Oh, that's super cute. Oh, look at him go! I get to just enjoy the stars. That was nice. That was very nice. That was a very fun breakdown sequence. Very well worth. Now he's just a sad old man without his stars. He's like, can I have my stars back? Hey, baby. Here you go. Oh, you're dead asleep. But you're Twitch because I said your name. Then we help him get his stars back. The next point we'll save is when Fulbright comes in. Probably one of the most dramatic non-culprit breakdowns. That was pretty damn good. Although, Robin's reveal was also excellent. I'm gonna remember that forever.
Silence.
That's a good point. Here's our proof. It's nice to be able to just watch the animations. And then he gets shocked. And then Bobby Fulbright to the rescue. I know, buddy. Yep, justice. Justice is the best. Alright. We gotta get the evidence again and be like, oh, this is decisive, but in our favor, huh? Very nice of Fulbright to find that for us. His theme is so snazzy. victory music! We did so good!
Silence.
Get him, Phoenix! Get him! Get him, get him! He's like, no! And obviously that was a plan.
Silence.
And then we're like, What's up, Blackwell? What are you hiding, buddy? Yay, verdict! Woohoo! Half party because we saved a dude, but we didn't catch the real killer yet. So when's the part where we get to analyze the fingerprints on that thing? Alright. Save. Okay. Thanks, Fulbright. And now we wait for his objection. Oh, there goes the cat. It's like he knew we were done here.
Objection.
There we go. Yes? It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck, so you have yet to read it. Oscar Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. What the fuck?! Wait, but weren't even fucking there, right? Was she? Huh? So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Order! I say order! Miss Sykes, tell me of an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it only leads us to one grave conclusion. Did you accidentally touch it when we were in the museum yesterday? Holy shit! I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? Athena, you weren't there, were you? Please tell me you were not there. Lighter update in the court record. Evidence found by Detective Fulbright. It has Athena's prints on it, and the victim's blood. Ah! What have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry! Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying! What in the world is happening here? I know, right, buddy? It's like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! What the fuck? It's like when... I was about to be like, it's like when Edgeworth got accused, but worse. And I'm thinking back, I'm like, no, Maya's been accused of murder. Twice. So, I guess it's not that unusual for our assistant to get accused of murder. I guess this is just a thing we do. Anyway, confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. Somehow that's the end of case 4? Yep, that's the end of case 4. What a surprise, it was shorter than expected. But that also sounds like that case 5 is gonna be uber long. I missed what that said. That's blood. A lot of blood and a sword. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. That's Blackquill killing people. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. Blackquill, did you kill Athena's parents? The moon! There's bunnies up there. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope for tomorrow. Well, this got interesting. Should have known when it was fishy that we didn't find the killer, that something crazy was about to happen. December 20th, 1:23 p.m., Wright Anything Agency. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now Athena's the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ah, where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, Athena was here. She wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something.
Yeah, we gotta investigate.
You are gonna defend Athena, right, Daddy?
Of course I will! Thanks, Juicy. You did that push. Juicy's right. The trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm gonna prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence.
Off you go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence.
Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up that evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to the people at the Space Center. Let's talk to you.
I still can't believe Apollo really left us.
It was so sudden.
Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks?
I don't think it's your fault, Trucy.
But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo.
I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either.
How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. Must be some kind of conspiracy.
Conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly has some kind of mistake, that's for sure.
First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with the fuzz hut on our tails.
Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? Girl. I'm gonna show you my badge because we show it to everybody.
Just presenting your attorney's badge. It's like your quick trick, huh, Daddy?
So it's just a trick to you, huh?
Well, you are one of the talents in our Wright Anything agency, after all. But I have to say that an attorney's badge won't get many laughs.
I don't care if it gets laughs as long as I can clear my client's name.
That's a good one, Daddy.
I'm no match for you, though, Trucy. Alright, we got the autopsy report, diagram, the knife, launchpad 1 door lock, lighter, pamphlet, hope capsule, or a statement, and then the lighter itself. Guess we're going to the Space Center. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic Scooter! Full speed ahead! Oh, bye! Director! He scooted away.
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today, so probably pity Matt. He's probably none too happy with us right now. Let's guess we'll go to the boarding lounge. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? Thought I'd be happy to be acquitted. Just coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, it sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile.
held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena.
No question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. I mean, yes, obviously. That would look real bad for us if we didn't. And then, they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind.
Can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. We just got you acquitted. Stop.
No one's going to prison. Except the real culprit. Dun, dun, dun.
Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm gonna give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you.
You know she'll be alright with you in her corner. You know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Wanna look at my badge? Do you know anything about this piece of evidence?
No, sorry I'm so useless.
No, it's alright. There's no reason to get all depressed. Let's talk about the murder.
I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum.
What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing?
I haven't the foggiest idea. There never was gonna be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew.
I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when he went to board the rocket.
It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris.
Bro. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just kinda how he is. Let's talk about the murderer. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer?
Not really. I saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all.
Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for.
Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a .1 caliber gun down the trash chute.
Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So is the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck?
Couldn't really tell.
But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female or tall or short?
I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see.
The door? Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum.
You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now?
Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court.
So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us?
Sure, just let me have my print scanned here.
Tell me more about switching the launch pads. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot?
Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the launch pads around at times.
But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right?
Right. Because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money.
Bro, I hear you. Times are tough.
Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go.
Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Leaves. Why leaves? Huh? Wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are a lot of trees around the Space Center.
She's right, it's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know, if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Someone forgot to clear out the oxygen task? Yep. Yep. They didn't dispose of their trash either. In the trash chute where you throw the dead leaves out? Why are there dead leaves in the trash on a space station? You know what? Not gonna think about that.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? So, this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, and this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
Open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trissy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into the boarding lounge, too. Launchpad 1 door lock, updated in the court record. Biometric door lock, print authentication isn't required from the launchpad side. Okay. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Well. I'm probably gonna show you something. I'm gonna talk about the door lock. Do I know? Nope, don't know anything. Alright. Well, what's next on the agenda? Let's talk to staff. Alright. He hasn't got anything else to tell me, though. Should we go back to the entrance? Oh, yep, that was the thing. Back at the entrance. Ah, there he is.
Ugh, curse this wretch who sullied my good name! Reverse course and full speed away!
Dr. Cosmos, wait! Please. Oh gosh, there he goes again.
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Ah! The mobility system has been compromised!
Trussy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Holy shit, girl! Why are you carrying around knives? God damn.
And the streak continues.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what trick she's been practicing. Holy crap.
My dear old battleship fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Just change your tire later, bro.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up.
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Well, look at my badge. Excuse me, but about this piece of evidence. Nope, you got nothing to say. Alright, talk to me. Tell me more about switching the launch pads. Dr. Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why you switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
Hey, Magatama time. Hello, Cyclops. What's up? No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this. Let's see what we need. Or maybe we'll have everything. psycho looks! Thanks, Edgeworth. Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads.
I refuse! Can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see. Where to start? This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to fool the bomber, to prevent the bombing, to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you suppose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Clay, you were working with Clay, clearly. You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you.
Ugh!
He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, when Mr. Starbuck was in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Ah! Someone please help this poor prisoner of war!
How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. When I received that warning, it's my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety.
It was just a warning. It could have been a prank. Why did you believe it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication systems, you see?
A phone. Your scooter is a phone. AKA a regular old telephone.
Been a while. Planning another launch? Oh, I see, you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said it's been a while? And that was enough to make you take that threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle, maybe? Because there was shit wrong with that. The Hat One Miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank.
Ah! Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Ooh, the lady on the right.
Sabotage murder? So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle.
Let my guard down. Thought the saboteur had been caught. That the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Well, he's the one who's in jail. Oh yeah, convicted of the murder of the Space Center 7 years ago! The fuck?! Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
Ah. How do you keep seeing straight through me?
Nice. Alright, let's talk. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why you switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly. Oh, sorry.
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered our outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material. It's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. So tell me more about the spy.
Makes no sense. Sorry, make no mistake. There's a cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of a sabotage. The same MO as this time.
Oh, look at the little phases on the stars on his coat. Oh, that's so cute. Alright.
Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
More like a samurai. Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? I mean, sort of.
But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Just like 7 years ago. Let's talk about 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite that cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene.
Ah, so that was staged.
First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then, I put a close for repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? Well, that means the bomb would have had to have been planted, I would imagine they planted the bomb before it was switched then. Because nobody was supposed to go through that door.
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
I'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep it a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Terran is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
Wait. What did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? What's the Hope capsule? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with the asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
Samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. They haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder.
Neo, Neko, ready to go to the party at 2? Hey, what's up? What were you streaming? Genshin today, I think? Probably. How's Genshin? Hi, everybody. I'm Sparkling Parfait. Hello, Sparkling Parfait. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. It is Ace Attorney Saturday, so we are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. I do amateur voice acting. I'm actually getting real tired because this guy is very, very harsh. He's an old man. You only stop because you think Dorn may need help, even though he hasn't said anything yet? Oh, okay. I mean, it's getting pretty late. There was a lot of screaming. Yeah, there was a lot of screaming earlier. I'm getting, like, my throat's pretty tired, so we're still gonna go a little longer. I would like to get the investigation done. But yeah, that's what we're doing tonight.
The capsule was being held in a safe in launch pad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
Because there was a second explosion, right? The saying connection was unstable all day, but you don't know if it was true or not. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I didn't notice anything.
I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence.
In the bombing incident at the courtroom! Aww.
It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. Capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. Ooh, that sucks. That's rough. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
Police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system on your phone. There's a tap on your phone.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then the spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years ago, 7 years past, continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too.
So if we can find this phantom...
That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. We can clear 2 people at the same time! Maybe he'll stop being so scary, and threatening people all the time.
What about him?
Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though.
I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs.
Probably about the same because he breaks through them all the time anyway. Just don't give him a sword.
But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me! Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for! The center of the cosmos is doomed!
Bro. Bro, you okay?
You think he's gonna be alright, Daddy?
No, not really. Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too.
Want to learn more? Start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
Bro, you make me dizzy watching you.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
Maybe. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Hey, thanks for the lyrics and the jam. I see you snuck a jam in there. Well, I guess we're done with this dude. To the Space Museum. December 20th, Cosmos Center Space Museum.
Let's see, where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
That? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit.
Oh wow, look at that photo of the team.
This must be the person who died. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before.
Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos.
Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. Oh, there's the moon rock. And a sword. And a creepy mask. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage.
They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay.
actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says.
Probably to the dead lady.
Not a replica, huh?
I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks's. Newspaper clipping, a photo of the people involved with the launch, and a jacket one of them wore.
Hello?
Junie! Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene.
You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm gonna do my very best to defend her.
Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
You mean the Cosmos Space Center? Can you elaborate on that, please?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? First, I must present to you my badge, as is tradition.
I'm very sorry, but I don't know anything about that.
Okay, sorry to bother you. I guess she doesn't have leads on that. It's just your badge, though. Alright, fine. Athena in the Space Center. Finally getting the Athena backstory.
Athena's mom worked here. I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was a psychology specialist working in a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
What's a sad memory? Is it her mom dying? Sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There's a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
Same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. It was her mom that died. Her mom must be the lady on the right that got killed in the murder.
Athena's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
Oh, and Blackwell is the accused. Huh, interesting dynamic going on there.
What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case?
That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
Interesting. Tell me more about young Athena. What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions.
Very strong empathy. Empath. She's an empath.
When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Oh. Huh.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as a part of her research.
Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was. Interesting.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Daddy, show me that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. Can I show you? Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Is this Athena's mom?
Oh, look, there's Athena's mom.
Thank you. Validated.
The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Metis is the mother of Athena in Greek mythology, so that's cute. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Yes, it did.
Metis, you see what they did there?
As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected.
That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Was Athena's mom. That's sad. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blacko was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? Is the chance her death is somehow connected to the current case?
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through.
The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. December 20th, detention center, visitors room. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. You're on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tillinage. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. What kind of robot should we do? Alright, hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna leave you guys silent for a second because I'm gonna test something. Okay, sorry for the quiet. Alright, I think I figured out which one we're gonna use for this. I don't know if it's gonna... if it totally fits, but we're gonna try it out and see how we like it.
You! What nerve have you to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital.
Violence. No. Question. Okay.
No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him.
I...
Fine, then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was.
But that's who blew up the courtroom!
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops, so I guess you must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. Can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. That's Moonrock! That's from the Hope capsule. Wait, no. That was there before the Hope capsule went up. What is this? We haven't found any new facts yet, though. I'm interested in this. What is this? Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them.
Oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony Fanty bomb added to the court record. It was found in boarding lounge 1 and detonated in courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Ah, anything but that.
I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You gonna see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Interesting. What bad timing. Next, we'll have to wait until after her questioning's over to see her.
And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Off we go to the robotics lab. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center Robotics Lab.
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots...
Daddy, look, over there!
Oh, it's Apollo. So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackwell? wonder what they're talking about. What's Apollo doing here? What are you... Buddy? Friend? What you doing? What are you up to?
Well, well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Trucy. And... Mr. Wright.
If it's Apollo you want, you can have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab.
Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping.
Can I show you my badge? Again? Are you telling me anything about that? Nope. Alright, we don't... No badge text this time. Alright. Let's talk about what happened.
I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat on the director. Suddenly, Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right?
Princess, huh? She's talking about Athena. Shouldn't you know Athena? Because she used to live here and you definitely worked with her mom? Of course, Athena's innocent.
Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you? What's wrong saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate.
Hey! Apollo? Do you wanna talk? Maybe compare notes? Can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena?
Phew! All this laughing has worn me out. You trying to say something, hunk of junk?
Ooh.
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick boy? Sick bay?
Or is great, Apollo's great, Confused Phoenix is great. Clonko also is great. Mr. Terran, that's Apollo you're talking to. Is it because of the jacket?
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost.
Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran.
I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course.
A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it.
How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago.
Are you mad because your brother went away for this? Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago?
Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh? Paula knows about the case too.
Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story.
But, Miss Aura, that's private information.
If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. I really like it when she does that, but it's surprising every time. Alright, here we go.
Yes, who cares about the personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now.
The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger then.
Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Glonko!
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. 2 navigation companions, created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis, transcend humans. Gah!
Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now, the 2 navigation companions are all that's left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? The daughter? Athena? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I got the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Aura, would you like a tissue?
Keep your trap shut, Hunkajunk. Can we talk more about Clonko and Ponko?
Clonko's an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis Road runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. And why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case.
So Danny's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too.
I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. Let's talk about you and your brother. Oh wait, the doctor and your brother. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was so oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like a loyal samurai would treat a sovereign. Ha! Seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He became a Ronin. He even got along well with that miserable little princess.
Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway?
Well, she is Metis' daughter, after all. Although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. All makes sense now. So, the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people gonna hang around in here anyway?
What? But we came here to take a look around.
You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Clonko, show them out.
Certainly, Miss Aura.
Ouch, don't push.
My apologies. I'm just following orders.
Ah! Did Apollo get kicked out too, or was that just us? Alright, back at the entrance. What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is.
And why was Apollo going along with her?
I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
Oh, I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
Girl! I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? Can you imagine if Gavin saw him like that? That'd be pretty funny.
I'm gonna keep an eye on him.
Oh, wait, Trucy, come back! And she's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Okay. December 20th, Wright Anything Agency. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And after that, there was always someone by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. You wrote a little fanfic about Clavier seeing Apollo like that? Oh, it wasn't very funny? Oh. I can just imagine. Okay, anyway. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here?
Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh?
Miss me. Miss me? I know this handwriting.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although, weird is par for the course with you.
I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up.
Thanks, Maya. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magaton I use on Cyclops, Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick?
Ah! Eek! Oh, it's you, Pearls! Hi, Pearls! What's up? We haven't seen you since the bonus case.
When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories.
I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time.
I'm glad I can help again.
Thanks, you always provided such great assistance.
I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard.
I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now. She's so sweet. I love you, Pearls. Yay, she's here! Hey, Pearls, what you doing here? What's up?
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Hold on! Is she gonna be here to do spirit medium stuff and maybe channel a dead person for us? Because that could be real handy right now. Since the living people don't want to talk to us. Anyway. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Oh, that was during the aquarium case. Oh, okay, that makes sense. This timeline's weird. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
No, that was in the courtroom, and also, why did we leave the door unlocked? That's weird. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick.
What's your errand?
Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. Also, Pearls, wanna maybe help us with a little channeling? With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. I need more Pearls dialogue.
Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya?
Yes, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello. But she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days.
To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan, she undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet.
I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then.
Oh, I'm sure she would love that. To get where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I hope she tips them well then. Oh, camera, why? I'm on it. Camera, hello? Alright, cool, we got it. We got this. Any ideas?
Your hair is nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick.
Thanks, I generally try to look good if I'm gonna be in court.
Do you make it spiky so the prosecution will feel intimidated?
Huh? No? That's not exactly my intention.
Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right?
Thanks, Pearls.
That's what Mystic Maya says anyway.
Oh my god, Maya. What are you teaching people about us? She could compare it to something cool, like a lion's mane. We're only halfway through this part of the investigation. Oh, wow. I think we'd go a little longer. The investigation's not as hard to do as the trials. We get a lot more of, like, Nick's inner thoughts, so it's okay. Ooh, but we should save! Hold on.
Whatever happens, we don't want it to crash. Saving's important. Alright. December 20th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Oh! There we go. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Aura's here, apparently. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? You have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. And that's the way you're gonna be. I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Donald. Looks like Wright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounce back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. But, as a result, Sykes Donald was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Ah, don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. I don't know. This is a blade-proof glass, right? You know, I've never gotten to show you my badge before, so we have to do it. How can you call yourself a lawyer if you can't even protect your own subordinate? I swear I'll get her acquitted. You'll see. Your mind must be as dense as the hair on your head. Do you really think it will be so easy? I'm more than aware of how hard it's gonna be, thank you very much. Let's talk. Like about 7 years ago. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof. Right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? God, this guest is leaving. Hey, Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. I'm investigating. I'm gonna try to get you off of this too. I mean, can you talk to me, please? Can I save you both? The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without a question, me. I stole Sykes Donald's mothers away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell? God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Why is he insisting that he did it? Here he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess if it won't make any difference now, what would you like to know? I'm gonna show you my badge again for fun. Lost and found. Nope. Nope. Only Blackwell had something to say about her badge. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call it the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kinda like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. First one was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Oosh, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7-year-old video out of the court record. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. Okay. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. Photo, the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. Interesting. I mean, it just shows him holding the katana. It doesn't show that he did it. It was the victims kept on display in room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. Katana entered the court record. The weapon used in the murder 7 years ago. It belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Photo of the crime added. Alright. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Whenever we get that picture... How did he have that picture on him this whole time? But he doesn't have the video. Interesting. Alright, Fulbright. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine he's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Oh my god, they're gonna kill him tomorrow? What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. Excuse you? Can we talk about that? So he was given the death sentence? Yes, told me not to tell you people, actually. I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. Oh, fuck. We need to solve this case, like, now? Or by the morning so he doesn't get killed. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. Shit. What if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable! We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but... You're a lawyer! You know how hard it is to overturn a decision! I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? Saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Total... This is why we saved before this son of a... I'm glad we saved right there.
What's with that timing on the crash? Alright, we gotta get to the part where we're talking about the execution date with Fulbright. Rude. It is weird how often this game crashes. And so randomly. Alright, we gotta talk to you and you're gonna tell us to bugger off. Wasn't me. And he's like, go away. I did it. Alright, we're gonna save again. At least this wasn't so bad. I'm so glad that we remembered to save. That would have been very horrible. Alright, let's get our evidence and then we'll save again. Alright, we got our video, katana, and the incriminating photo. And then we gotta get to the part where there's no tomorrow. Alright. Difference between flashback Blackwell and current time Blackwell in that photo. Ooh, let me look. Let's see. Oh, he has shorter hair. Does he just, like, wash his coat every day? I don't know why I didn't think about it. He's in prison, so, like, how does that work? Interesting. Anyway. He was given the death sentence. It's tomorrow. Where did we leave off here? Oh yeah, and then we were, like, panicking about false charge. Unthinkable! And then it's hard. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? Oh yeah, he's been like that ever since his conviction. Alright. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Wait, does he know who really did it? Is he trying to protect somebody? Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Or does he think he knows who did it? What if Athena's implicated in 7 years ago also, and he was like, I must protect? But then that still raises the question of who actually did it. I don't think we've met anybody who could have been the true culprit yet. Fulbright here? What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourselves. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt! Machines are rebelling against humans! They've holed themselves up at the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostage. What? They did what? Is this Aura's doing? Is she like, I'm gonna create a fucking distraction so you don't kill my brother? No, Trucy. Ah, fuck yeah, Trucy and Apollo are there. You have to get right over there. This is gonna be one heck of a battle. Yeah, Lord. Hey look, news reporters and SWAT team, sure. December 20th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. And saving. The riot police are here. The robots really are holding people hostage?
Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? Hold up. Make sure I'm on the right one. Alright.
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans! You're even taking hostages already!
Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do.
But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Crap, who is this? Leave it to me. Alright, people, what's going on here? Oh, it's Pearls! Shit. Sorry, Pearls, I gave you an old lady voice. You're talking about how to escort an old woman. Anyway. Pearls, over here!
Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Clonko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I? Error.
Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him!
Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired.
Oh, fuck. Clonko? Nope, murder robot.
Ha ha ha! Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over.
Ah! The robots are rebelling! Everybody run! Eek! It's not on war! It's the end of the world!
Ha 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 ha! Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What? Aura?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you! Hostage one! Come here! I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? Something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. Yeah, Aura, what did you do? We know it was probably you. It's the Space Museum.
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
Oh, fuck, Trucy! Trucy, is that you? No! Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher's the one behind it. She's here. Ah!
This girl talks too much.
Trucy, talk to me!
Why are you doing this?
I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No, wait! Mr. Lawyer! No, I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me, Promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't! Now I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker? Could it be?
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages.
Princess? Hunk of junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else.
Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case?
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just what exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about the case, 7-year-old case, to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth.
That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? That's impossible! Please give me at least until tomorrow. There's not gonna be a tomorrow, detective. He gets killed tomorrow. We gotta do this now.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Now follow, Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way, we're coming through.
Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. December 20th. Cosmos Space Center Robotics Lab. We finally get to look around the lab. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright,
Ah! It's the hostage taker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? Steel Samurai? Oh, hell yes. Holy shit!
I trust you've been well, Wright.
He's got glasses now! Phoenix, Wright, and Edgeworth together again. Yay! I was like, who the hell is she gonna call as a prosecutor? Oh my god! This is the best. This is everything I've ever wanted. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? They made him older and they gave him glasses. This is great. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? Holy fuck, he's in charge of everything. Title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Edgy, 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 edgy! Look, I got my badge back! Look at it! Must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. Sorry for all I put you through. No. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made that decision. But now you can stand in court once again. You can mow them down just like you used to. Way to put pressure on a guy, and since when did I get such a brutal reputation? This is everything I could have ever asked for. I'm so happy. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. Give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. Let's talk about the UR1 incident. Let's start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
She's in the chair. Oh yeah, the sword and the rock are missing. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. 7-year-old photos added to the court record, okay. What's that case on the floor? I also have the autopsy report for you. Metis' autopsy report added. Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana, found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. Police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yeah, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, the suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Let's talk about Blackwell. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there's decisive evidence against him too. Security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown.
He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right, and there's another aspect of this case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know, the part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. If you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Oh, I thought the same thing before it actually came up on the screen. I'm so proud. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
We actually get to examine. Yay! Oh, it's just like flashbacks of the first game. This is so good. This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I'm Judge Trun, J2-02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. That's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago, either. They were building the Hope space probe here at they were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo, but I found it in the bomb parts earlier. Do we get to keep that? Did we have that? Oh, yeah. Yep, there it is. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust in the asteroids these days.
They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization.
It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Interesting. What's this? It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
No, that's the capsule. That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. First on the scene, huh? Staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me... So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura or Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. How did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Hope capsule updating the court record. Launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. Okay. I suspect the moon rock went into there. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Orr will do to us while we're down, you see.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
And there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something?
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street, doing just that. Yes, yes. I better not think about it anymore. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. One time in a Target, we put one of my friends into a luggage case and rolled him around at the store to my friend who worked there. Shh! Mischief. Alright. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Ooh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Pearls, don't touch the...
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving! Oh, it's building a robot. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. We made a robot. It's making more robots. We're just gonna keep building robots. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. An explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. Wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. It was lowered to the ground from the window of the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used to evacuate Space Center personnel. Do we have any... Nope, no shots of that there. Video? Katana. Oh, here. Oh yeah, there's the ladder on the photo too. Window's not open though. I was like, what if the murderer escaped through the emergency ladder? Nope. Or his desk is a mess, so that doesn't surprise me.
Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metasykes. Clonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman! What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh, so she calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura?
With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance.
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh?
Her murder destroyed so many lives.
Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Clonko and Clonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Ponko series features can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. Okay. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. Rude. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Robots with a heart added to the court record. Interesting. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So, what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There's still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence. Right, Edgeworth? I just remembered we should save, because it's been a while.
What? He did?
Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Let's talk about this.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep, the Blackwell case. Edgeworth is what motivated Phoenix to get his badge back? Oh, that's cute. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up. You must be eager to return. Sure, you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm gonna end the dark age of the law.
That's what this is all about. Let's talk about that.
The dark edge of the law sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are even more false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever.
When I became the chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait! Do you mean...
That's right. That's right, he's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? Look at it go, look at his brow, it's like... whoosh. Hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any ideas who the hostage taker might be? Oh, I know exactly who it is. Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. His brow is furrowed, that's all. It's very furrowed, though. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little more unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? See you in court, Edgeworth! Even if it will be under an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. December 20th, Detention Center, Visitors Room! She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, I always worry about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried, either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Athena, I gotta show you my badge. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to present evidence like that again. I'll probably never work as a lawyer again now. Don't talk like that, Athena. We're gonna clear you of all suspicion. Just you wait. I hope you can. I really hope you can. Alright, let's talk. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. When I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time.
That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that.
So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pods had been switched. There was a sign that said close for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did. What I really wanted to see was her jacket. That's her jacket. It's got a slash in it. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes's? Hat 1 exhibit updating the court record. A newspaper clipping, a photo, yeah, jacket's by Dr. Sykes. I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? No, the culprit has to be someone who knew her and put her aside.
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means... what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? Talk about your mom's work. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people?
That was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones?
She would always wear these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her
as a part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. Just about the only things my mother left me with are Widget and this earring. Ooh, it's beautiful! That used to be her necklace, didn't it? It's made of a piece of real moon rock. She had it for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe, too. Moonrock earring out of the court record. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena. The stone was cut from a real moonrock that was being used for research. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I showed her that paper I found in the robotics lab. I should show her that paper. Okay. Oops, no, not move. Wrong one, sorry. Robots with a heart! Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots? She seems to have some good memories of it. Let's talk about 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I'd better spare the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart? You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Why you became a lawyer? I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her that. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. Oh my god, this is so sad. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure's not an option here. Hi, Fulbright! Ha! I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. My phone! It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get any more time. Your daughter's first. Poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. Has to be something I can do. Cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Stick Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you're holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? Ooh, what if we use that courtroom? No one's gonna use being there. That must have been really something, although weird is par for the course with you. Courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So, you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. Astonishing trial is an astonishing location. Guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? You ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. Okay, that's a twist.
What is she talking about? Athena?
Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No! No! Oh my god, those are the black ones again! Holy shit. Oh god, and Widget's gone dark. No way, it can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black Cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Holy shit. Oh, we're definitely saving. And that is where we're going to be ending for tonight. It's late. And oh my god, what a ride. That was a roller coaster of emotions. We won. And then we lost Athena. And then Edgeworth came back. And now Athena might have killed her mom. I mean, there's no way we're gonna let that be true. There's something that was bugging me. It was the part where it said that she didn't know the difference between humans and robots. And then put that together with... She thinks it's that the robot building thing is like magical and can fix anybody. So yeah, I got some concerns. We're gonna have to find out next week. We're gonna have to see next week what happens. And where we're going and how it's all gonna go down. Oh my gosh. The craziness that's about to unfold, y'all. Alright. But for now, let us go to the ending stream. Thanks everybody for watching. I hope you guys had fun. Let's find someone to raid. I believe that Darjeelingling is still going. Yep, alright. We're gonna go raid Darjeelingling. He newly hit affiliate this week, I believe. Or rather, yeah, I think it was this week. He just applied for affiliate and got approved, so go say hi. We'll tell him congratulations and, you know, wish him well on whatever he's doing. Looks like he's playing Resident Evil. And then we'll do more of this Ace Attorney stuff next week. I think we're probably going to be finishing up the case next week, so yeah, it should be fun. And then next scheduled stream is Monday, which is a holiday, so I can have a nice long 14 stream. And we'll do some story, and then we'll probably do some Heaven on High. I think that's the plan. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It'll be fun. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. There's someone to stop by, all the lurkers, everyone who just peeked in, and all the future VoD watchers. Appreciate all you guys too. Shoutouts to you. And I hope to see you guys next week for more Ace Attorney. We might do some Kaizo tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I do have the itch to try again, but yeah, we'll see. Alright. Thanks everybody, and I'll see you next time. Bye!
Let's do it. I don't know what else to do right now. What do you mean, what do you mean, yucky? No.